adventurers, welcome back to another D&D campaign. We are getting in here with Tales of Eryndor. We are back alive for this week's session. Last week, our adventuring party, the party of goobers, made their way back to the main, made their way back to the city that they were questing out of, to come across the city being laid siege by demons. The party fought their way through this small little army, sieging army, and that's where we're joining the party today. Let's get everyone in here. Let's get the rest of the goobers in here with us, including our DM.
Oh, have we started?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. So minus 1d10.
He wasn't
everything going wrong. Oh my god, I'm loud.
That's just normal.
No, like I meant on his stream. No, I meant on his stream. I opened it up. Okay. Well,
yeah, I don't know.
Our only remaining
people...
resident goober is currently preoccupied with a child, which is fair, balanced, and or based. So we're gonna get started. Who wants to to help with the recap?
Some people are super quiet when I stream, and some people are super loud. So
gotta love Discord's balancing. Woohoo!
Woohoo!
Who wants to help with the recap today? Who are we volunteering to do recap? It was Mordecai last time, along with partially Vizara.
I mean, hell, this week should be pretty easy.
This week should be pretty easy. Who wants to do it? Who wants to help me with recap?
Throw me.
That's the entire recap. 100%. If no one does, I'll go ahead and take care of it. So last session, we, if we remember, all that 1 week ago, Mordecai had just gone down to the wolves that you had been clearing out from the forest, just to the west of town. There's a rather simple endeavor on the outside, but once you got into the inside, you were faced with some heavy resistance. Regardless, you took care of it pretty handily, and despite one party member going down, you tended to him over the course of the evening in the cave before heading back to town. Though, to note, over one of the nights, one of your party members felt a little uneasy and thought that he may have heard slight rumbling in the distance, but seeing as though he couldn't pinpoint the sound a second time, brushed it off as, it's probably nothing, probably just the wind. It was not, in fact, the wind.
What was that? Probably was just the wind.
Exactly. Skyrim guard moment of like... Stop lollygagging. Regardless, after that night, you managed to make pretty good time, in all honesty, with just favorable conditions and moving a bit faster through, like, cutting across roads, and just you've been on the traveled path before now, making it a little bit easier to kind of get through. To which you came up to kind of like the encroachment, like the approach to the town, where each of you in your own right felt extreme unease. This either pressure or feeling of dread, or in some cases described as fear. And for one of you, a certain someone in the back of your mind told you what you should do, and that was run to the gates, where it was found under siege by a very... Oh my god, it's lagging again. Many mistakes were made with this map, I swear. Where it was under siege by what looked to be a large army of beasts identified by Mordecai as Garistro, powerful demons that aren't really known to organize themselves in a group, led by very different, equally powerful, if not even more powerful, being that ended up becoming a bit of a playmat and target practice uh, later down the line. A bloody and violent battle ensued where many lives were lost of various adventurers of all ranks and respects, where Marcus nearly went down himself before reinforcements in fact did arrive with a healer providing divine intervention, a cleric of the Lightbringer Icarus, thus turning the tide of a battle that could have very well gone very wrong. However, that does not mean that sacrifices and near-death moments did not occur. The fleeing Baelor, though yet to be identified in name, but being stated by description, tried to flee, and our very own Vizara clung to its back like a little flea, like a tick, just claws dug into it and refused to let go, leaving for the perfect moment for our resident rogue to go up and say nothing personnel, kiddo, to one of the mages, and blasting both Vizara and the Baelor out of the sky with an arcane railgun that was affixed to the city's walls, ending the fight. And causing a massive fucking explosion, because unfortunately Baelors blow up when they die. That leaves us to today and the start of the session. Vizara is over in the corner, being treated and bandaged by a veritable army of clerics and mages and healers. Some not even arcane in origin, just literal combat medics that were on the field helping this group of people being defended. Having been exposed basically directly to sunlight for a prolonged period of time, as well as the magic missiles up here, who got thrown by Marcus now 200 feet in the air on the top of the wall, with no real way to get down. And that is where we start today's session. The air around you is thick with the smell of both blood and in some cases smoke as well. Small fires kind of crackle around you, spurred on both by the active combat of spells being slung, as well as now the burning and scorched ground where the body of this demon has exploded, leaving a lot to be desired in terms of a ground situation. It's kind of cracked and fiery at the moment, and it is eerily silent. Nobody currently is speaking aside from the very patient mutters of, like I said, the people tending to Vizara. What do you all do?
I'm gonna make my way down to Marcus.
How do you propose to do that?
I don't trust him to catch me when he's so small, so I'm gonna, go over to the ballista, find the stairs at the guardhouse, and then walk out through the front gates.
You spend about 5 minutes doing so.
I was thinking of just saying, just screaming at the top of my lungs, Marcus, catch! As I fucking dolphin dive off the top of this roof towards him. But I don't know if I trust him. You think he would?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think he would?
Yeah, I'm just gonna over here, over to here, and then out here to here, and that's what we're gonna
Okay.
do. Although I won't be on top of it.
Sounds like a plan.
The
Thank you for
dolphin dive
not.
sounds like fun.
Thank you for not committing suicide. I appreciate that.
I don't know if I would have died, honestly.
It makes my life a lot easier of not having to have you roll another character sheet up at the beginning of the session. I do appreciate.
What's the damage you take for fall?
You are about 200 feet up, so 200 d6
200 d6.
D6, you mean?
or 20 d6. My bad.
Oh, I could probably have survived that. I just
200 d6. Fucking goofball.
no, I take the log way down. I
please,
can be
thank you.
reasonable at times.
I'm glad that this is a thing that you can be.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
So am I.
as you walk down, you hear you walk by the conversation between the mage that was pushed out of the way and Amarok. Though Amarok has yet to say anything, the mage is absolutely berating him. How fucking dare you? That's a crime to take control out of one of these very dangerous and temperamental instruments. What were you thinking?
I was thinking I was going to use it, unlike you.
Fuck him up, champ. You tell him. Tell him who's boss.
I mean, come on, you were just sat there, just holding the thing. What were you, like, just shoot it.
I was charging it. I just finished charging it.
Yeah, well...
I was doing the thing. I'm trained to do this. And you fired on someone. That wasn't... He's fucking, like, his frazzled hair, like, frantically, like...
I kind of just, like, nonchalantly, like, walk past him.
Wait, where you go? You can't just leave. That's not how this works. You're under arrest now. Do I have the authority to do that? There's been a like question as to whether he actually. Like shit, no, I don't. I'll have someone arrest you.
I climb off the roof, and as I'm walking by, I'm just. Why don't you ask Marcus, the man whose life he just saved? I'm sure he can tell you that answer.
Roll intimidation.
But
Dude starts crying for his mommy.
he
Curled up in the
falls
fetal
to his,
position.
he looks down across here and realizes the proximity to the Baylor, and it just like he drops to his knees in fear that he may have just threatened someone who protected like essentially a legendary hero.
I will say Marcus was on the wall when the bolt was fired. Whatever. He doesn't know that.
Right, but current proximity, watching him jump off, standing there flabbergasted at this guy just fucking coming up and shoving him out of the way, essentially. A lot of events happen for him very quickly that he's like, oh shit, yeah. And you scare the shit out of him. If you didn't know any better, you'd probably assume that he's like having a fucking crisis right now as to like, who the fuck did I just threaten?
there,
but yeah,
Fred, we all make mistakes in our life, and I'll just continue down the stairs back out the front.
Sake of brevity, you guys do manage to make it down, taking the staircase for the people on the top of the wall. Takes you guys about 5 minutes. In that 5 minutes, Vizara, you are now bandaged and covered in some basic common clothing that can service as rather basic but serviceable cover against the sun. Though notably, you don't have a hat currently, and they don't know to get you one, so that is currently an issue to be dealt with. But
It's okay. I don't stay for very long. Just clinging to shadows within the proximity that I could still either hear or see the rest of them, but
yeah, there's a pretty big shadow being cast by the very large tower here, and pretty much anywhere along the wall you can kind of hug and be out of direct sunlight and pretty well be safe. The shadow being cast at this point is kind of this direction as the sun continues to move from the previous direction of that way from the Garistros and is now kind of casting along this way. So you probably got about 30 feet of shade, 25, 30 feet of shade to work with. But that does narrow as you kind of get to here as just the kind of shape of the building. So you don't have to worry too much, but Zerora, you are now down and standing in front of Marcus.
So, appreciate the toss. You okay?
Do you really think that was a good idea?
I mean, if I had hit him, yeah, it would have been great. You know, my aim was a little off, so can't fault you for that. Got the job done in the end, didn't we?
He looks back towards the countless bodies of people who have died, slumped around the Gristos, the ones torn in half, the ones whose shoulders are ripped apart. Yeah.
Funny part is, that's like a 20-minute drive from where I am at.
Jesus Christ.
Right? I think this, or was this scene filmed in Seattle?
That's Toronto.
Oh, that's Toronto. Oh, never mind. Most of the show was in Vancouver, though.
Oh, really? Then maybe it was.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, most of it was. I recognize quite a lot.
I love how we're on this side tangent now as, like,
Okay.
he's being very serious
Yeah.
about Deadpool.
I was just giving everyone like an insight of what I was doing.
No, that's very funny. I like it.
No,
I'll
it's
give it a
great.
heart
It's
as well.
perfect, dude.
We beat them. We didn't win.
Yeah, that is true. Many good lives lost today. What can we do to help?
He looks at you appraisingly, trying to determine whether you're actually offering to help with the cleanup.
I don't speak in riddles. I'm genuine offer here, Marcus. It's been a hard day, but someone's got to do it, right? Don't need more monsters flocking here right now.
If you and your group can help drag the bodies, I'll have to deal with the families waiting on the other side of that gate.
Where do you want them piled?
Don't pile them. Line them respectfully along the left wall. And he gestures over to this area.
It's like a plan. Then I'd look around for Vizara. See where she's at. So I assume I see her in the corner.
clung to the back of the tower wall, yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think I'm gonna test something to make this even funnier. because if we leveled up twice very quickly, I don't think Vizara knows this, so it's probably instinctual. But I want to do this anyway, so using my new nocturne, I have like a vampiric spider climb. So she's gonna like back up toward the wall and start climbing on it.
I love
and get to underneath Amarok.
it.
Just clinging.
Oh, I would also, to the Marcus, just be like, you mean the bodies of the fallen, not the monsters, right?
Yes, the. If you can lift one of them, I'd be impressed.
Radio. Do you want their bodies in a pile somewhere? Or do you want them lined up respectfully as well?
No, they'll be dismembered.
Okay.
Taken for parts, sold.
Then
Alchemy
it'd probably be
ingredients,
easiest to
something
just
about
do
them
it
will
on
be
the spot.
useful. I wish that one would have been kept alive, though.
The big boom boy?
And he points to the one that immolated. Seemed smarter than the rest. Would have loved to know why the fuck they were here.
Yeah.
Or, I guess why they attacked. I don't fucking... Ugh. Goddamn mess. That's what this shit is. Look, when we're done here, meet me in the guild hall.
Understood. We'll come find you.
And he starts walking off. You watch as he mutters something to his axe, and it kind of shakes as he places it onto his back.
Just raise an eyebrow.
If you'd like, you can. He's about here when he does this, so you're more than welcome to roll perception if you'd like to try and hear what he says. But he is whispering it, so it'd be rather difficult with kind of even in the silence with everything going on.
Dirty 20.
Fuck me. He seemed to have been addressing it, thanking it for the help.
I feel mad respect for him.
And the axe responding with my pleasure.
Interesting. I'm gonna walk over here, take off my robe, and gesture towards Visara. Or my cloak.
Well, you're faced with Spider-Man 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, no, I just
Spider-Gwen.
look up 200 feet, holding my cloak there, just making the gesture of, "Would you like it?" It has a hood on it.
Here, for the, like,
I'll slide down.
assistance, I'll start, like, as the more lines I see you doing, I'll start moving, like, the groups of people over for you.
He did
I
that
see you
one
working.
already.
Still clinging to the shadow, I'll like reach out for it.
No, I'd get close enough that you didn't have to come out of the shadows.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll have to get you a new hat and everything, eh?
Yeah, definitely.
Think you're able to help move some of the fallen?
Can brave it.
Give it a shot, but don't work too hard.
You mind if we take a breather though? First, at least.
Take the time you need.
I actually have a question for RD.
Yeah.
It might be a private one.
To the Shadow Realm.
Perfect. Where are you? I'm gonna come here and talk to you. Do you know how to dismantle a Goristro, sire? Let's try and find someone who knows what they're doing.
Hello there.
Sorry about that, guys.
Nah, you're good. That one was moved as well, Alex.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. All of them have been moved, actually. Also,
Cool.
look around for anyone who looks like they might know how to dismantle a Garistro.
That's pretty well, like, are you telling me, hold on, are you, like, looking around, or?
Yeah, I'm looking around to see if there's anyone who might be walking towards the body of one of them with, like, tools or carts or anything like that. Or if there's any senior-looking adventurers, because I know Marcus has gone inside. Maybe his friend
No,
Marianne.
Marcus is currently over here speaking with, like,
Oh.
the restoration effort over here for the people who are, again, not marking them, but there's quite a number of people who are wounded over here.
Okay. I'd go and try to find him. And try and get a quick second with him.
Look, if you need to take them inside, go ahead, but try and avoid families for now. I need to figure out how I'm going to break this to them. There's a lot of dead. But there... And he, mid-sentence, turns, kind of realizing you're there. Yeah.
You can finish what you're saying. Can wait.
That was pretty much done. He turns back. Just, if anybody asks you questions, tell them that there will be an official statement later.
Alright.
Along with an explanation. He needs me for something for a moment. Excuse me. And he'll kind of take you aside. Yeah, what do you need?
All the fallen have been moved to the left wall, as you requested. We were thinking of maybe starting with the Garistro harvesting, or the bodies of the monsters harvesting. I was wondering exactly what we're trying to get out of them, as I'm not familiar with what's valuable on their corpses.
Horns, blood, the hooves, a lot of shit. There'll be a team coming out from the guild.
Alright, I'll wait for them then.
You
then
don't
I'll
need to
just-
concern yourself too much. What exactly is your deal
What do you mean?
with this? You
What do
didn't
you mean?
have to help, you did.
I mean, we joined the guild for a reason, and that was to help. And we were in a tough spot here, so why wouldn't we help? Isn't it the right thing to do?
He looks over at the body of the basically 5 that you guys took down, with one being like heavily helped by Marcus, but still. Do you wear your platelet?
Yeah,
Or
I have
no?
it on a chain around my neck. Kind of tucked behind some of my clothing, though, but if he was actively looking for it, I'm sure he'd be able to see it through my clothing.
He'll tap your chest with his finger. That's why I ask.
Why
When
would
we were running out the door, anybody who was less than gold, we told them they're likely not leaving alive.
we weren't in the guild when it happened? We were coming back from a quest. We figured we had to help.
That's why I'm confused. You didn't know the risk, yet you still jumped in.
Huh? And if they broke through, then it would be the city that would be at danger.
Considers those words very carefully. Hmm. But have judged your group too harshly. Figured you'd be troublemakers, considering that thing you walked in with that first day.
Yeah, he's no longer with us. Most of us weren't a fan of that thing either.
Hmm. Well, I'm not much for conversation. Good work.
Me neither. Thank you.
It goes without saying. That's impressive as hell.
Thank you. I'll pass it along to the others.
Okay, I see the Mordecai there. You're looking over the Baylor?
Yes.
Yeah, I stumble over to Mordecai, and is Mirabelle still here too? She's looking over it.
I made a mistake. Her name was supposed to be it was supposed to be Marianne.
Gotcha.
But so yes, Marianne is currently laying on the ground, like scorched to shit.
Right.
The cloth between her armor is burnt away, leaving basically just leather padding and like the remaining plate. So she's kind of like just laying there in pain. She looks really worse for wear. That nearly, to put in perspective, one shot her. So she looks like basically just before death and is kind of just recouping her thoughts. Hello. Groans as she sits up.
Tell me about it. In the same boat, dear.
She'll place a hand on her chest, and you watch as the burns slowly start to recede up her arms, and most of it kind of disappears in a moment, as it looks as though she casts a rather powerful healing spell.
Does she look fully rejuvenated as I approach?
Pretty much.
Pretty-
Like, damn it. It's like she'd be like maybe 10 HP under, but yeah, pretty much like in tip top condition. One or two kind of scorch marks remain along her like her neck area, but like she looks pretty well healed.
I'll hold my hand out to thank her for earlier.
Oh,
And to help her to her feet.
thank you. I was
As
just following orders.
As I help her up, I'll use lay on hands and give her 10 health points.
Love that, Paladin.
She looks at you a little surprised, kind of looks you up and down. You? Thank you.
That's the least I can do for what you did earlier. I'm not quite as great as you, but I can do a little.
And I appreciate the little you can do. Here, allow me, and this is another awkward moment. She goes and tries to heal you.
Not gonna work.
Oh?
It's
Complicated.
special case.
I'm undead. Not living.
Oh! She kind of looks you up and down. You see kind of this look of undead. Oh! And there's this moment of realization of like, fuck, I can't remember what the honorific for a baroness would be lady, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I wanted to make sure. When it like starts differentiating from that. Actually, differentiation would only come in play when it was like a king, right? Where they'd say like my grace
Yes.
or your grace. Why can't it just be straightforward? You know, just call everyone Lord, call everyone Lady. You know, that grace always throws me up. She gives a bit of a kind of recognizing, like a head nod towards you, like a half bow, kind of restricted by the armor she's wearing. Sorry, didn't recognize you, Lady Vizara. I have heard of you. I apologize.
I give a dismissive hand wave, like it doesn't mean anything to me right now. You're fine.
She kind of looks a little nervous, like.
You twos. I'll look over to Mordecai and Zerora. Do you have any fancy questions for our big friend here?
From the sounds
Sure.
of what Marcus was saying, there's not much to be done. The guild will handle the collection of the materials from the monsters, as well as the proceedings for the fallen.
Sure, but we've got a bit of a way to collect knowledge.
Yeah, could definitely stick around.
Mordecai would kind of perk up to that statement, look over at her, and look past her at Marcus. You're saying that you information from what's left of this carcass?
I've grown pretty in tune with how blood contains knowledge, how it speaks to me.
Oh, hold on. I know Marcus wanted to speak with this.
I will whistle to get Marcus's attention.
I'll help try and flag him down too. And I'll make it seem important, like he has to come.
Poor guy is being harassed by a bunch of fucking
Silvers, dude.
a bunch
Are we
of
even
fucking
silver?
low. Yeah.
We're bronze, I think.
No, you guys are
Oh no,
silver.
we're silver. Okay, never mind, we're silver.
Yeah, you guys aren't copper. You guys are silver. It's based on denominations of money. He looks over at you guys like this fucking frustrated like face. Like he runs his hand down his face like, God damn it. Starts wandering over to you. Uh-huh.
She says she can get knowledge from the beast. So there might be a way to figure out why they actually came here, or why they grouped up, like you wanted.
Go for it. I thought it was a lost cause, so whatever you want to try, have at it.
Okay.
He sits himself down and just begins watching kind of haphazardly. He doesn't think it is clear he does not think that this is going to work, whatever you're about to try.
It's gonna take me a little bit. This thing's definitely larger than a lot of the things I'm used to feeding on. But
Fair enough.
it takes a bit of searching. I've got a limited sort of time to ask questions.
Well, maybe we should decide the questions to be asked now. What do you need to know, Marcus? What do you want to know most?
Why they attacked and if more are coming.
We'll start with those then. Anything we can do to help you?
This is gonna take 10 minutes.
Right. I'll plop my ass down as well and just start playing with my sword.
Where does it say that it takes 10 minutes? I'm curious. Or is that part of the
That's part of
spell
my
effect?
feeding.
Oh,
It takes me 10
right.
minutes to actually feed from something completely.
Fair enough. Gotcha. Okay.
Out of
This is going to be
character.
interesting.
What questions did you like me to speak with this guy? Because I'm thinking, so who are you? Why did you attack? What was the other
Or
one
more
that
coming.
Marcus said? Are more
It
coming?
was, why did you attack and are more coming?
Are more coming? I've got 2 more questions I could ask it. If you guys have anything that sounds pertinent.
Who do you work for? And what was your goal? What was your goal? Why did you come? Who do you work for? Yeah, I'll just be sitting there playing with my sword. It'll shimmer and its shape will just kind of change every now and again as I try and work out some kinks. Changing the way the hilt looks, the blade, the coloring, the luminescence of it.
Or what do you mean?
Oh, excuse me.
Gesundheit. What the fuck?
Apologies, guys.
You're good.
What was your question, though, Alex?
I was asking what you were doing. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I'm just kind of playing with my sword, changing the hilt shape to be a bit more in line with what feels natural. Same with the weight and the balance of the sword, the shape of it, the coloring. Just, you know. Looks like I'm bending reality in front of everybody's eyes as I just sit there casually, looking on at what Visar is doing.
Yeah, I sink to my knees and I find whatever's left of this thing's jugular and go from there.
The wings being gone makes this a bit easier, as they do take up a good portion of the back and kind of encroach into the neck area. As you see, the bones kind of melted away from that insane blast. So it does make finding the neck easier. Being of infernal origin, kind of the expected areas aren't quite 1-to-1. You find it a bit further back than you were expecting to find such a large vein, but you find it fairly easily enough, and you start drinking away.
So
Now,
it'll take me 10 minutes. I sent them into the chat, but
To general.
yep. Those are what I will ask the Baylor.
you're not resistant to fire damage, right?
Nope.
You lucky ducky. So I rolled 1d10 for fire damage. You take 1 fire damage for the entire time. The you don't know if it's just the explosion or what have you, but this fiery molten blood from before only has a slight burn as it goes down on the first gulp. Kind of scorching the back of your throat, but then becoming pleasant, and the rest of it kind of starts cooling gradually as you're drinking more and more.
I'll look towards Mordecai. How beat up does he look?
Mordecai, how beat up do you look?
Barely beat up.
Alex, do you remember if I used any of my spells last session? I wasn't keeping track.
You did not. Let me double check your spells because I remember the name and not the.
If it was Hellish
No.
Rebuke, then yeah.
You did not. Yes, you used Hellish Rebuke.
I think I used it once.
Once, yes, you used it one time.
Okay, I'll motion for Mordecai to come over.
I'm sitting right there next to you.
Oh, okay. I'll just touch you on the shoulder and use Cure Wounds. So it's gonna be 3d8 plus 5.
Correct.
Warlock spell slot?
16 health you gain, Mordecai.
Yeah, his warlock spell slot.
Yeah.
Delicious.
It's juicy.
It is juicy, dude.
Hit him with a 5/5/5 plus 1.
Yeah. Plus 5. Oh wait, you said that, never mind.
Yeah.
That was actually a pretty decent roll.
It is. It is very much a pretty decent roll.
Yeah. Since we have so much time, I'm just gonna blow everything on him. So you can take another 6 and another 10, sir. So 26, 31, 32. 32 health in total, Mordecai. Be happy.
Yeah. By the way, Celine, I changed your health to represent the remainder of the healing that you would have gotten from Dark Regeneration. That's why you have
I
a little
noticed.
more.
Yep.
How do you look?
Who, me?
Yes.
Honestly, I don't look too bad. Like,
Oh, thank you for that. Well, I hold up a ring.
a ring?
I think we need a nap.
Agreed. A long, long nap.
And
Oh, God, I know exactly what you're doing.
I will use my feline ring. Me and you fall asleep for the next 10 minutes.
Please.
Wow, only you
What does this count
and
as?
him. That's fucked.
Well, anyone else that's over here that needs it. I mean, Dami
I mean,
Mommy's currently.
Vizara's damn near.
Well, Dami Mommy's currently busy with something, so.
You know what? That's
Mine
actually
takes-
fair.
Mine takes 10 minutes as well, so they wake up right as I'm finished.
That is actually based, and yeah, that's fair.
So, what are the effects of this
So-
feline
so
now?
It's
any-
just catnap.
It's cat now.
Huh? Which
It's the-
means
Yeah.
what?
You get this.
You gain the
Short
benefits
rest.
of a short rest.
Oh, bet, dude.
Yeah, over the course of 10 minutes, you fall into a slumber, gaining the benefits of a short rest. It can only be used on a creature once per day, and his ring has other restrictions alongside that.
Bet, dude. I get my warlock spell slots again.
Yeah, you do. You just
Hey.
use them, and now you get them back.
Oh, dude, that's sick. I love that.
Yeah, I gotta love Mordecai with the fucking bonk.
I can also just use my hit dice to heal myself, so I'll do that.
What is fucking
I'm
Mr.
out.
Dangly
What?
feet up here doing? And
Ooh, that's tough. Oh my god, in 2 in a row?
Why is this saying that it?
Okay, there we go.
Well, my
That
hit
is
hit dice is broken.
76
Amrock, what are you doing while all this is happening?
and a
I'm
7.
literally just sat up there, just kind of watching over everyone. Just still dangling my feet, just watching.
Fair enough.
Hoi.
We'll say, with everything that's kind of gone on, your normal kind of, I guess more, for lack of a better term, more dreadful, rejected appearance. A moment it kind of glows a bit brighter.
What's this, sorry?
So I'm going to be honest with you. I don't remember your full description for how Amarok looks, considering what he is. I don't know if you have anything hyper specific about like skin tone, just based on the fact that you don't have that field filled out.
Oh, I did. No, it's kind of like
I don't know if it's a little more gray or pale.
Yeah,
but
it's kind of like a grayish, like pale sort of color skin.
yeah, so as you're kind of sitting there, and you're kind of, I mean, you gave the deciding blow against the Baelor, and kind of this feeling of divine goodness kind of wells in your chest for a second, and you swear that just for a moment your skin feels and looks a bit more full of light and life.
I'd kind of just like look at it, catch like a glimpse of it for a split second, and kind of just look around to see if anyone else had noticed anything.
No one's looking at you.
I'd kind of just look up to the sky and kind of just like shrug it off.
The moment you push this feeling away, trying to shun it, your skin goes back to normal and the feeling dissipates.
Fire department members now have to be cross-started to become a knee? Bro.
Bro!
Fuck.
Shut the fuck up!
It's some bull.
Ain't no way you just interrupted that moment with fire department. You motherfucker. Anyway,
As I wake up, feeling fully
Yeah, I was gonna say
rejuvenated.
we snap back to the group of you. Vizara, you finish just moments before you hear a slight yawn from the Goobers too. The Goobo, the Goober duo, as they wake up from their nap in the blood-soaked dirt. Vizara, Mordecai, your faces are currently covered in a mix of blood and mud as you slumped over into what was most likely someone's resting place not only a couple moments ago. And Vizara, you finish your feeding and invoke, I guess invoke would be the best way to say it. Invoke your nocturne. And you now have the ability to speak with dead, the creature, asking any questions you would like.
Who are you?
This growling in the back of your skull as it speaks, not out loud, but I don't think it speaks. Does it speak out loud actually with this nocturne?
So, the description of my knowledge in blood, I cast the Speak with Dead, but I get these questions over the course of the feeding. That's the blood teaching me the knowledge, basically.
I get you. Okay.
So, feed on a creature. You study their memories as per Speak with the Dead spell. The answers received throughout the course of the feeding. You may use the ability even if the corpse does not have a mouth, but this nocturne automatically fails if the corpse has been dead for longer than
an hour, which it hasn't. It's been dead for maybe 40 minutes at most. So in that case, over the course of the feeding, you ask these questions and the revelations come to your mind as responses flood in as you finish devouring this blood in this flurry of answers. To your first question, go ahead and ask it, and we'll kind of do it back and forth.
Who are you?
Oh God, the blood-soaked.
Did that come through?
Yes, but I'm not going to know how to spell that.
All I heard was the blood-soaked.
Yeah.
I
Like
will
abyssal.
put it into it. It is, the answers are in abyssal.
Figured. Jogath, okay.
Yes, Jogath the blood-soaked.
Why did you attack?
Retaliation.
I didn't understand that.
Retaliation.
Retaliate?
Thanks.
You killed our own rock glyph. We sought retribution, vengeance.
Who do you serve?
Only myself. And those who followed me.
Are any more of you coming?
You slew all there were. All there will ever be of my all sent back to the hell to beg for mercy from our God.
What was your goal here?
To kill that insolent, pestilent group that dropped the mountain on my second in command. Kill my brother to make them
Throw my head back as I finish the feeding, coughing up the fiery blood.
The your lips are on the inside slightly raw and puffy from being in contact with the still slightly warm body. Nothing more than just a bit of cosmetic damage for the time being. It is just feels if you had just bitten like the inside of your, like the inside of your lip. That's what it kind of feels like on the back of your gums at the moment. Just raw and a little uncomfy.
You two's okay? I just turn and see they're slumped in the muck.
Yeah, they're slumped for probably about 10, 20 seconds, and then they kind of wake up and push themselves to their feet, like covered face in muck and blood, looking absolutely disgusting at the moment. But they are awake again, both Mordecai and Zorora.
Yeah, I'd like to use Presti. I'd like to use
Prestidigitation.
Yeah, I'd like to use Presti to clean myself.
Go for it.
Cool.
A snap for each of you, and you're
Yeah.
back to prim proper condition. Clothes clean, smelling of lavender.
Perfect. I'm just gonna be calling that spell Presti at this point. I cannot say it for the life of me.
Prestidigitation.
I can't. I just
Gotcha.
can't. It's too
Go
much.
for it. You can call it presto, presti, penis, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. And presto, we're both clean.
Huzzah.
Exactly.
But yeah, you guys are kind of just sitting, Vizara leaned back in front of the body of this Baelor. You two, now cleaner than a fresh sword, fresh out of the bath. standing in this burning fiery field, though a lot of the fires as you look around are currently kind of being puttered out by just the winds. The winds have picked up and it's a nice breeze going on.
I'll use it for anyone else as well that is completely covered in muck. Presumably Marcus, since he was also taking a nice nap. Not now.
Oh, Marcus is fucking drenched in blood.
Yeah, no, I'll use it on him. For sure. And his companion, Marianne, because she was lying in the muck as well.
Both of them give you a nod of appreciation, though Marcus is still staring at Vizara, waiting for something to happen, looking rather both confused and bored.
I'll also clean off Vizara while we're at it. So it all looks like we just got out the bath, in the middle of a war field.
Absolutely.
How
well,
worse
thank
for...
you.
Sorry, what was that?
Thank you.
Okay. Does Marcus look worse for wear as well, or does he look healthy right now?
He looks fairly healthy.
I will walk over and offer a hand to help him up. Vizara's finished feeding.
He's just sitting there. He's not...
Okay.
Did you put him to sleep?
Mordecai,
Hmm?
did you put Marcus to sleep and Marianne?
Only if they wanted to.
No, he's popped a squat on the ground. He's watching Vizara. He's just sitting there. So, what now?
I learned this was Jogath the Blood-Soaked from the Hells. Was seeking some sort of retaliation to kill a girl who dropped a mountain on his brother. Some sort of second in command or lieutenant. And this was his entire force to bear reckoning upon this place, I suppose. No more remain.
Well, that's good. Well, all things considered. Did he say who dropped the,
He does, like, heavy air quotes.
mountain?
He just said a girl?
He, in fact, said a group.
Oh, I
Just a
could
group.
barely hear the...
Yeah, that's fine. I was trying to, like, add a lot of gravel and stuff into my voice.
Oh, you
Yeah,
told
the
me.
group.
Yeah, it was a
Brother.
group. That pestilent, that insolent, pustulant group.
Okay.
I'd be pissed too if someone dropped a rock on me. But, this seems a bit disproportionate.
Is he gonna push himself up?
Either way, now I can give a report. How did you do that?
There's knowledge in Hemocraft. Blood magic. Just do a bit of searching.
If I were any good at pondering blood, I'd be the blood whisperer. Unfortunately, I'm only good at spilling it.
Shrug.
But I'll take your word for it. It's a useful skill. Like I said to your friend here, drop by the guild hall when you have time. Not only for celebrations on a, well, good defense, but also for your reward. You did just help protect the city. Marianne, follow me. I'll need your help.
And the two of them walk off in through the city gates, squeezing through. And it is at this moment, you guys can see that there is a crowd on the other side. The gates have been presumably probably barred, but closed for the entire duration of this for obvious reasons. And these massive thick wood and wrought steel gates swing open just enough to walk through, and probably close to 150 people. Looks like a variety of ages. You could assume families are waiting on the other side. And it is now completely quiet. The groups over here are slowly moving the injured through the gate to get to the inside for better treatment. And after only a few moments, it is just you all left on the battlefield. Currently, the world is but your oyster, as you have a lot you could do at the moment between going and resting and maybe even pilfering some materials for yourselves, or whatever you guys want to do.
We got answers. I think I'll make my way to Guild Hall.
Okay.
I want to do a once over the Baylor and check if he's got anything of value on him still, or if his weapon is still around, or if it was completely made of lightning.
So the weapons themselves, all that remains are the handle of the whip and the hilt of the sword clutched in both of his hands. The blades themselves look to have evaporated, crumbled to ash on the explosion. Though, give me 1 second. I mean, you imagine his blood would probably be considered something valuable, and there's plenty of runoff that you didn't get to drink that could probably be collected very carefully if you wanted to, but there is also a significant amount of ash around. caused by its own explosion, where its chest is kind of caved in. So there is that as well. That you probably surmise would be a powerful alchemical ingredient. As for like actual physical items, all that you find is a small black diamond.
Oh my. I'll scoop that up. And then afterward, I want to try to peel open this sword hilt hand and see if I can snag that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on 1 sec. Sorry about that. People waltzing in my room. My brain just did a reset. Where were we?
She just got a diamond, and she's trying to pry the hilt of the sword from his hand.
Okay. Go ahead. This won't be too difficult, but go ahead and roll me a strength athletics check.
She said, "I'll take that."
I'm Bizarra Baylor drinker. You give me this.
Vizara Baylor's Bane goes and fuck it. With that high of a roll, you're trying to pry the fingers off, and you snap the wrist off instead, and any tendon function causing it to like in the form of rigor mortis, like causing it to seize up and like become stiff, releases, and it plops into your hand. You are currently holding an adamantine handle.
Useful trinket. Lovely keepsake. I'll stash this in my pack.
Okay. Do you go about collecting any of the like organic material or no?
Don't actually have the capability to do so, so I'm
Gotcha.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I would like to collect a bit of what's left of this Baylor and a bit of one of the other creatures to add to my collection.
Yeah.
What are you grabbing?
Like some skin or whatever to add to my armor.
That's gonna rot, dude. Gotta tan that shit, make it into leather.
Or like if they have like any
I was gonna say
like,
the
piece of
only
armor
like
on them or
keepable.
whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only keepable portion of the Baylor being the wings, being like leathery and probably not gonna rot, are currently dust. There's a lot of dust, as I mentioned, as with there being no blood to support it, it is now just going in, kind of collapsing and crumbling in on itself into ash. So the amount that you can salvage is kind of like slowly depreciating by the moment. You could probably break off one of its horns and save that before it starts turning to ash.
I'll do that.
Go ahead and roll me either a, depending on your method on doing this, you can roll me an athletics check to try and break it off, or a sleight of hand check to try and like kind of break a pressure point to snap it off. It just depend on what kind of approach you want to take. The more careful method or the fuck it, we ball, break it over any kind of method.
Fuck it, we ball.
Okay, go ahead and roll me athletics check then.
Dirty 20.
Yeah. You grab this long, curved horn that, I mean, looks insane. It comes down, you grab it by the point of the horn, you carefully brace the top, and then you just fucking shove with as much might as you can, and it cracks off clean.
And this will make it nice.
Right at the junction between the skin and the bone.
This will make a nice, like, pin or something for my cloak.
This thing is about a foot and a half long, and maybe 6 inches in diameter, tapering down to a point.
I guess I could possibly hollow it out and make a horn.
A couple ideas are kind of floating through your mind right now as you stare at this thing. And it feels both hefty and strong. But yeah, with no further intervention, the Baelor eventually kind of crumbles into dust. And you are left with a very large pile of Baelor ashes.
You want to get a vial, scoop up some Baelor ash? I'm sure it could be used in some alchemical concoction of some sort.
Wish I had any spare on me.
I think we wait for the collection team to arrive. They'll have everything they need.
You're trying to wait out here in the sun.
I never said you had to. And I never said we should. I just said maybe let the collection people handle it from here.
Thinking that's a good call.
Ooh.
What? Got your eye?
I'm sure I've probably
think-
used the tinder from my tinder box to start a fire over our travels, so I'm pretty sure I might have an empty tinder box.
I mean, yeah, probably.
All right, yeah, I'll go with that, and then I'll put some of the Baelor ash in that tinder box.
I want to help building the tinder box.
Dinner boxes are tiny, dude.
I don't want a lot, just a little bit, because who knows what alchemical...
3 ounces.
3 ounces, cool.
You know what? There's... I don't know how big 3 ounces...
Vials come in 1 ounces, so
Yeah, I was
like,
going to
at their
say...
smallest.
Yeah, you can get 3 portions of this very dense Baelor ash.
Dude, this might come in handy at some point.
It is surprisingly heavy, considering the amount that you're collecting. In fact, you approximate, despite the very small amount, it is about 9 pounds.
It's fine with me. I'm sure I can find a use for it.
But yeah,
Shall
you
we
guys
go to
are
the
heading back
building
into
rest?
town?
I am.
I think that's a smart idea.
Aye, let's
Okay.
go. To the guild we go for a hearty meal and a long rest.
I was gonna say it's about just past noon currently. It was just before high noon. Before you guys approached, and it's probably around 12:30 by this point, with everything that's kind of gone on. So you've got quite a bit of day ahead of you per se, but but
Oh, let's go fetch our pay.
Well,
okay.
let's get our pay for the wolf, and then we'll talk with Marcus about what's going on with our pay for what was just done.
As you say, first and foremost, for the sake of everyone and myself.
Thank you.
That battle map is very laggy. I'm not using one that big again.
That's what she said.
Wow.
I hate you. Anyway, you guys approach the gates, and they do open for you, and you see as the same sight from before is in front of you. Currently, you see a large group of families off, now less in front of the gate directly, but off to the side. And Marcus is individually speaking with each one of them along with Marianne, where they seem to be reassuring people that, you know, names of the dead will be spread out shortly. They still need to identify everyone. And he makes the mistake of saying and collecting the body parts of others to identify them, which elicits a couple screams from people who were kind of hoping that was not the case, obviously. And that's where Marianne steps in and tries to calm them down, like, sorry, he's not used to this.
Just lean over to the others. I think we go to the guild hall first and claim our bounty. I think he's going to be busy for a moment.
Yeah, very. Let's go. Hurry along now.
I do it in very like
Let's
hush
get caught up in
hush.
this. Let's not get caught up in this, guys. He's not a public speaker. Great
Are
warrior.
you trying to avoid being detected by this this crowd?
Yes.
Visara knows exactly what I'm asking.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you guys are going to have to roll a stealth check because these people are kind of frantic and kind of looking everywhere for answers. And
Oh.
yeah, that's about right from our fucking stealth master ass blaster over here.
All
Yeah.
right. This is going to go terrible for me.
Not that terrible.
No. Group stealth check aside, you manage to sneak by relatively undetected. There's one child that notices you.
Who do they notice?
It noticed you specifically.
Me specifically.
Yes.
Do I notice that he notices me?
Yes.
Alright.
Watching you.
It's a
watching
child
me.
that is walking towards you.
As he's walking towards me, I just vanish into thin air using blink. And I just go into the ethereal plane.
That's fucked. This very happy to see you child about to run up and thank you for helping the town watches as you fucking vanish out of nowhere, and he now looks sad and dejected as you watch him from the ethereal plane as he just continues walking,
I will
completely
say,
oblivious to the other people nearby you.
I will say, I do use Pressy to leave a shower of sparks in my wake. Just leave him with the awe of magic as I disappear.
Easily done, unfortunately enough. You leave the shower of sparkles and sparks in his wake, and this moment of dejection as he sees these sparkles turns to a bit of awe.
My party members will also notice that I am just no longer there.
Yeah, from the ethereal plane, you continue moving. It's not, you can reappear wherever you want within the, I believe it's 30 feet or what have you, or whatever the spell specifies. And
I think I can move freely, and every turn I would need to roll a d20 to stay in the ethereal plane.
Whatever it is, I mean, as I don't know how long you want to stay there. If it was just for the moment of the guy noticing you or the kid noticing you.
If I'm reading this right, I have to be returned to a space within 10 feet of me, but I thought I could move around in it as well.
At the start of your next turn, when the spell ends, you return to an unoccupied space. You can see within 10 feet of the space you vanished from. No, you cannot move in the ethereal.
Oh. Then maybe it would have been better to just use Misty Step to go 30 feet in front of the party.
Yeah, you live and learn.
Yeah, well, I'll leave the
I
shower
mean,
of sparks
the
and
kid
slow
between
it.
the kid continuing to walk, and you moving, like you're about 20 feet away from the kid now, so he doesn't turn back around to notice you reappear, and he just continues walking back and reconvening with what looks to be his mother, who is
Probably
part
would
of the
be such a
crowd.
great spell. But live and you learn. It's still cool.
True. Blink is still a great spell. I mean, you just
yeah.
disappear and no one can attack you. The streets are a bit eerily quiet at the moment, with a lot of people being distracted by the recent events. It is actually a little bit quicker getting to the guild hall than normal. And when you arrive, the tone is somber. The quest desk is busy, but not busy in the way of like giving, more answering questions than anything else. You see Michael working as well.
I'll have to go over to Michael.
Then to the left of him, you see your favorite guy,
Our arch nemesis.
Yeah, your arch nemesis, Cedric, who looks to have a black eye, and is currently speaking with a small group of what looks to be a mix of a halfling, a dwarf, an orc, and an elf. Very odd combination, but seems to be explaining what has happened at the front gate and why the city is currently on lockdown in this district, and explaining why he can't give any quests.
I'll walk up to Michael and I'll greet him heartily.
Yep.
Michael, my friend. How do you do? Have you been promoted yet?
Do you say that?
Yeah.
It's been a week. No.
Oh.
Oh.
I had high hopes for you, man. I really thought you'd be able to do it.
What's up, Meat Chill?
Lower your expectations.
And next week, will you get it done?
It's good to see you too. What
Avoid
can I help you
headaches,
with?
Nausea.
We
Hydrate.
completed the
Hell,
request
hydrate.
for dispersing the wolves in the forest to the south.
I'll hydrate.
If you need
Rather.
some proof, I have got many a pelts of the wolves that I slayed.
I mean, yes, I would like proof.
I will produce 20 wolf hides.
He looks at you a little like plainly. Looks at the pelts. He picks up one of them.
I can only imagine which one. By the way,
He just looks
with the
between
largest
you.
on the bottom and the smallest on the top. So he just grabs the one off the
yeah,
top.
He does, and he looks between you and the pelt.
No loose,
Then you.
no loose ends, am I right?
We're good, Meat Chill. How are you doing?
You know what? I don't get paid to question it.
Does the guild purchase the pelts, or should I go find a tannery nearby?
If the guild purchases pelts.
Pelts. There we
He
go.
chuckles to himself.
I understand it's been a very long
if-
and trying day.
If the guild is going to purchase this, what will end up happening is we'd take a cut away from it.
Okay. Who would you
So
recommend?
it's up to
then?
you. Do you want it fast or do you want it fortuitous?
Definitely fortuitous.
I was gonna
Who
say
would you
definitely
recommend in terms
fortuitous.
of tannery to go to? Who is the most well respected in the town that you are aware of?
Nice. Getting a little cod action in today. Very nice.
Fucking hold on.
But I know.
As he's kind of like looking through this book, you ponder the idea. You've heard of Desmond's leatherworking before. You've heard only good things.
There's a guy called Desmond. I could show you. Don't need to bother. Poor Michael.
All right, we'll do that then.
Michael, the situation at the gate, if you want to let the other field workers know, has been resolved. Marcus is still there, consoling with families, those that responded to the call to arms. They're still cleaning up the mess and covering the bodies.
Thank you for the update. It'd be nice if the oaf gave me one for once in his life, but he has
He's
the
a little
conversational skills of
Busy
a.
getting his ear reamed by Marianne at the moment, I believe.
Yes, him and Marianne are currently tied up with the families of those that took up arms.
It'd
That
do
sounds
good to
about
send a
right.
party to start the collection process, though.
Mm-hmm. I'll do that. Though the city will still remain closed, just
Oh,
because
yes.
I need him to tell me to open it again.
Of course.
Oh, by the way, here. And he is going to, for each of you, place down a small bag of 200 gold pieces.
200 gold.
Is that each or in total?
There you go.
Yep.
Each.
200 each.
Yep.
That was the pay being offered.
Marcus should be along once he finished talking with each of the families individually.
I'll start putting the pelts back into my pack.
Oh, I'm sure he'll find his way back eventually and then go straight to the top floor and order a beer. And
Truly
I'll be
is a
stuck with
sight
his
to behold.
paperwork. He's a
He's-
something to behold.
Oh, I'm talking on the battlefield. He was something else. Vicious, ferocious beast he is. Very inspiring.
I wish he could read as well as he fights. But we all wish that someone could lack a little less. Anyway, what's your guys' plan?
I think a meal and then maybe some clothes shopping for a specific someone.
Well, Marcus, thank you for your time and effort.
Michael.
Michael. So many M's.
Yeah, I really need to differentiate a little bit, don't I?
Marcus,
Yeah,
Marcus,
Marianne,
Michael,
Margaret.
Marianne.
Marianne.
At least I went with
I mean, we had
Jagoth,
Cedric. We had Cedric,
You know what? That's
too.
true. Cedric,
That's it.
And Icarus starts with an I.
Yeah, there's that too.
Regardless, you he nods appreciatively. Just doing my job, but if you are wanting a meal, feel free.
Yeah.
Emphasis on the free. I'm comping your meal. Go. Emphasis on the free. I'm comping
Thank
you.
you.
Go.
Straight
Emphasis
over
on the
to
free.
the
I'm
rest.
comping
Thank
you.
you.
Go.
Public.
Thank
Emphasis
you.
on the free. I'm comping
Thank
you.
you.
Go.
And,
Emphasis
um,
on the free. I'm comping
Thank
you.
you.
Go.
And,
And there's
um,
I said, do you want some clothes to wear that are a bit nicer than?
I need to sit down for like an hour. And then I'll go get my own.
Gotcha. Well, enjoy. And
Thanks.
have a great day.
You too.
He didn't notice you at first because like you're pretty well kind of hidden still, like he was just out of the way. And yeah, he's realizing now that you are very loosely dressed with just very light common clothing on. It's like it's a stark difference from the last time I saw you. But yeah, you guys head over to the bar. It is rather quiet right now, but with everything going on, that's kind of to be expected. And you guys can order food and have a drink, do whatever you'd like to do, and I assume short rest.
Certainly.
Okay.
We got a short rest, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Another.
We take that, dude.
Yeah. Over the course of your short rest, you get yourself a nice hot meal. That is indeed 876. Ah, you missed the 5.
Only had a 5 and a 3 in there. God damn it.
That actually brings me up all the way to 4.
Nice.
Using all my hit die.
But yeah, no, you get yourselves a nice meal, fresh, hot piping. And like I said, it is indeed free. And we're going to take ourselves a quick 10-minute break, so that way I can grab myself a drink because my voice is killing me after doing that Baylor voice.
All right.
We will convene at 2:45.
Sounds good.
about it because pizza is fucking delicious. But yeah, you guys were having your short rest. People were healing and enjoying themselves. After your guys' meals, the hour elapses with a slight bit of overlap, where you guys are kind of just sitting there enjoying yourselves, and the now no longer burning body. And you're now faced with quite a bit of downtime, as it was mentioned by Marcus. There intends to be some form of celebration for successfully fending them off in the evening. So that leaves basically from now the next 6 hours for you guys to do whatever the hell you want.
I'd like to go sell a couple.
Gotcha.
I want to.
Anybody else have any plans?
And Desmond.
I want to accompany Zorura in selling the pelts, and then I've got stuff to buy too, so. Or at least check out.
Gotcha. Mordecai, you got any plans?
Want to see about doing something with that Baylor ash that I got, and then also see about getting that horn carved into a horn or something.
Gotcha. Okay, so we got a list of people. We've got Desmond's tanning. We've got. You said an artificer?
Yeah, I want to sell this adamantine watch that I have, and I feel like he'd probably be interested so that he can fix it up and sell it for a good profit.
Fair enough. Try and find an artificer in this area of the city. Good luck. We'll worry about that in a minute.
But I want to hit Desmond's first for sure.
And then
On recommendation
Vizara,
of
you were tagging along, and okay. Mordecai wants to go to some form of apothecary to deal with the ashes.
Yeah, sums it up, I think.
Okay. Let's do this in order of operations. Desmond's is going to be the closest because kind of along the strip where a lot of the kind of forges and like adventuring equipment is, on the way to the lower bazaar, where a lot more of the more mundane magic stuff is, and mundane like larger shops. Obviously some exceptions exist. You've been to one of them, that magic shop owned by that arc wizard, but regardless, yeah, you know relatively where to go, to be honest with you. You've been to the area a couple times, going to the Lion's Mane Forge, and it is probably less than a quarter mile down the road, so easy enough to do. Takes you about 25-ish minutes to walk down there,
Cool.
with the streets being as quiet as they are.
Radio.
It's not for lack of people walking around. Like, there are still people walking around. Like, the city itself isn't on lockdown. It's just the gates themselves. So, there are still people doing their business, but you probably assume that people don't really want to be outside right now for the most part.
Radio.
But yeah, you walk in, and it's a pretty nice, quaint shop. Overall, it's fairly rustic looking, has a very nice, homely feel. Interiors mainly made of wood. Some shelves adorn the walls, and some mannequins display leather armor, leather-bound shields, variety of quivers, bolt satchels, even some apothecary pouches, and there are actually even some items in lock boxes on the back, including some small shivering satchels, as well as a variety of other things, some labeled, some not.
Is there anyone at the? I assume there's some kind of desk or reception desk or something.
There is a counter, though the person that seems to be manning it, it looks to be currently tanning a hide a couple feet behind it,
Yeah.
with his back turned to the front.
Well, as I walk in, I will say a greeting. Hello, sir.
Younger gentleman turns to face you. Oh, hello.
Would you
What
happen
can I
to
do
be
for you?
the proprietor of this shop, sir?
Well, at the moment I am.
Awesome. I'm looking to sell a couple hides if you're interested in buying.
Well, it'll depend on the quality, but I can certainly have a look at her.
As he's saying this, I'm pulling the 20 hides out of my pack and placing them on the counter in front of him.
Holy shit!
So
Did you
they're
kill
at-
all the wolves in the forest?
Well, the quest was to deal with the wolf problem in the forest to the south, and we did indeed manage to complete our task, and I decided I would try and get a bit of an extra payday on top of what the guild offered for the quest. So I skinned them myself. Hopefully they're up to your expectations.
Oh, let me have a look. He starts poring over them pretty scrupulously. Starts kind of like running his thumb along like nicks or imperfections. Though remarkably only a couple that he actually notices. Are these? And he looks at you a bit questioningly as he picks up one of the smaller pelts.
Hmm. Yes.
Did you kill the babies?
It was not a task I was happy to do, but I felt it was necessary in the end that it had to be done.
Let him not tell you these weren't ethically sourced.
Yeah, let's not say that.
Anyway, you know, it. All things considered, they're pretty well taken care of.
Alright, so then shall we talk prices?
Sure, give me an offer. You've got 20 of them.
Yeah, so what do you normally pay for a pelt? And what do you normally sell for? Or how much can you generally get for a pelt?
Are you asking him or are you asking me as the DM?
No, I'm asking him. I'm trying to figure out generally what he'll pay for it and generally what he can get as a profit per pelt, dependent on size. Because I don't want to try and rip him off, as I'm not accustomed to selling hides, so I want to be reasonable.
Normally, I would buy her for about 3, and after cleaning and tanning, might be able to make a couple dozen gold off of her. One of these larger hides, and I'll hand up one of the regular wolf hides, should be enough for at least a chest piece of leather armor.
And so for the medium hides here, for the regular hide, you're saying normally it's 3 and you'll be able to get, I don't know, 12 to 24 or so?
Oh, about there, yeah.
What about... So if we go with... That's 33... You want to call it 40 for the 11 medium hides here?
Well, it's a lot of material to deal with. That's only my problem.
Because I'm also looking to sell the 4 larger ones and the smaller ones as well.
Usually when people come in, they've got 1 or 2 hides. And I make a set of armor with her. I mean, with this, it'll take me days to get through it, just making it, let alone selling her. I do 35.
I can do 35 for the 11 here. And what
Okay.
about the small and the large ones? I can do the small ones for gold a pop. Sound reasonable?
Yeah, I could make some cloaks out of her for some kids, I guess. It'd be kind of morbid.
I mean, it looks like you make pouches there. Maybe you could use it for a pouch instead. And it doesn't have to be used in such a grotesque way.
I'd do 3 gold for all of them.
For all 5?
Yeah, you said there were. Are there 5 or 6?
5.
I'm not seeing a
5
6th
small.
one.
Yeah, it's just 5.
I'd do 3 gold.
Okay. I can do 3 gold for those. And then for the large ones, 6 per? Is that a reasonable offer?
He does a quick stretch of them and kind of pull. No, these are a lot stronger than those. This is honestly perfect for either some enchanted material or even some stronger leather.
I mean,
I'd
they were the hides of a dire wolf and forest wolf, so...
Right, one of them could talk, if that bumps it up a little for you.
Well, she's right, the forest wolf was able to communicate in common with us.
his eyes shoot up a little bit.
So it's possible that it's already got some kind of magical affinity.
Which one of these is for the forest wolf? You said
It's the only one that's white. Well, white and greenish. The darker colored ones were from
yeah.
the
It was a dark mossy green color.
So these dark gray ones were from the dire wolves. This like kind of dark mossy was from the forest wolf that we dealt with.
For the dire wolf pelts, I'll give you 50 each.
50 each, okay.
And for the forest, I don't really know. Make me an offer.
Are you able to tell if it's magically like if it would be?
It's a fucking forest wolf. It's fucking magical. I'm telling you, give me a goddamn offer.
100 even.
It's a hell of a deal for me. Fuck yeah. We'll do 100
I'm
for
not
that.
gonna take you for broke. I already understand the hardships you'll have with dealing with all this hides. So
I'll make
35.
a veritable fortune on this for 100 gold. Sure, absolutely. He'll fucking slam the 100 gold down for you.
I'll hold my hand out to shake on the deal.
Okay. He'll shake your hand very heartily, like, pleasure doing business. Come back anytime you kill another one of these wolves.
For
Give you
sure.
100 gold every time.
I do have a question. These pouches I see behind you, it seems like they're kind of giving off a kind of magical aura. Can I ask their use?
Oh, those fucking things are bags of holding.
Yeah? How much can they hold?
Those ones, 500 pounds roughly.
500 pounds? And how much does one of those cost?
Oh. He looks behind him, checks the price tag underneath one of them. These ones are 500 gold.
500 for 500 pounds?
$1 a pound, yeah. If you want to think of it that way.
Yeah. Can you do 450?
Not for these ones.
No? 475?
They don't sell very well as is. I get beaten out by the guild, their lower rates.
Oh, the guild sells for the same thing?
Unfortunately, they outsource for my competition.
And what do they charge?
He looks at you as if, like, brother, really? I'm not going to tell you what my competition charges for something I also sell. That's called a bad business.
I'm just curious what they do. Because I do want to do business with you here.
Look, all due respect, you know, I'm not telling you. If you want to find out and shop around, merchant's honor, go for it. But you know, I'm not gonna just straight up tell you what's cheaper and what their prices are.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate your time. I'll check around, but I'll probably come back to purchase from you.
If you do, that's much appreciated.
Alrighty. Alright, Vizara, where are we off to?
You mentioned that you'd been to Magic Star,
Yeah. It was
run by an
it was-
archwizard.
Yeah, it was quite the store for sure.
Would I know of what the store is, or do I know of this person, or is this outside of my kind of social circle?
Kind of outside your social circle in a way. There aren't many people that could call themselves. It's more of a self-appointed title
Sure.
than anything else. There aren't many people that are powerful enough to call themselves an Archwizard and not be yelled at for it. So, you know, out of the, you know, maybe dozen or two people that are strong enough, you might have heard of one or two that, you know, own a shop somewhere in town, but most would be like near the castle kind of situation, not really down this way. You're not quite sure who out of those people it might be.
I can show you the way. It's kind of over by the main shopping area. I don't believe it's too far from here.
I'm following right behind you.
Alright. I will lead the way towards the main shopping district where we went into the Great Magic Shop.
Absolutely. Yeah, the shop without a name, just a sign on it. You make your way back, now knowing your way, not having to kind of fucking fumble your way around the city, and also Vizara, you knowing where the bazaar is kind of does help. You make your way there pretty handily, though it does start to get a bit more densely packed and busier, kind of akin to what it normally is once you're back here, and it kind of feels like normal, where people are either blissfully ignorant or frankly have more important shit to worry about than you know, the goings on at the gate. And a very busy bazaar is now in front of you, and far left-hand side, where it was before, is the place, the thing,
Yes, placement thing.
yes, it
This is a different map, I thought. Oh no, you're right. It was this huge fucker.
no, it's this big building over here.
Yeah,
Behind
big building
here,
in
this
black.
black box represents the building. So walking past this tree here, there is in fact a footpath underneath it. You just make your way into the building here. So, yeah. This is just to represent. You don't need to bring your characters onto it. It's just to represent the look of kind of what this kind of central part of a bazaar. Like, it's kind of just an opening and got some stalls and shit, winding rows, some buildings along the side as it kind of just wraps around and in front of what used to be already existing buildings. Much probably to the chagrin of the people who own that buildings, having to sneak in behind these fucking bazaar stalls. And same as last time, the moment you walk through the door, you feel any connection to the weave leave your body. And Vizara, for you, it's a bit of an uncomfortable feeling, as essentially as part of your whole like existence, like magic and like the magic of undeath kind of brought you back. So it's a bit of a weird feeling, a bit of an extra emptiness inside. Though for you as not a magic caster, it doesn't feel nearly as noticeable or as potent. It's just like an uneasiness as you enter into the building.
What are we looking to purchase here?
Wanted to do a little bit of inquiring about my new trinket here. I pull out the hilt of the Baylor's sword, the adamantine.
Rightio, well, I'm sure that wizard will blink into existence in front of us.
Is that what
As you
happened last
say
time?
that, as you say that,
Yeah.
he taps you on the back of the shoulder.
Just look over quickly, and I'm like, yeah, right on cue. How you doing, boss?
Well, I've got to have a little fun once in a while.
I don't know. It's a fun shop to come to.
Walks back over to his counter to give you a description, because I don't think you were here the last time they were here, Celine. This is a gorgeous shop. It is ornate and gaudy, but in a respectful way. It isn't like so over the top, but it's like a practical over the top. Along the sides are stacked on rows of glass countertops filled with a variety of magical artifacts and trinkets and items, lines of magical armor across one wall, staves and books and focuses along the other, and in the back, rows upon rows of spell scrolls, tomes, varieties of locked up magic items, some sort like magic items as in like probably the more powerful ones, even some like arms like swords and bows, kind of in lock boxes and cases on the back wall where he's standing. All of it looking resplendent and almost kind of too good to be true in a way with how much is here. But he just sits there waiting for you guys to approach.
Yeah, I'll walk over to the desk.
I do so. Greetings, old timer. I don't think we've been acquainted.
Oh, I don't think so either. But, it's good to meet you. Ramses.
Vizara, Baron of House Eryndor.
Oh, a lady. Well, I mean, obviously you're a lady, but,
Uh-huh.
But,
Oh, what brings you by my quaint, humble little shop?
Bit of an inquiry.
Oh, I love
Is
inquiries.
there a desk or a table to set this thing on?
Mm-hmm.
Show him?
Yeah, he's sitting at one of the glass countertops. This one being the one that he probably uses for most business does have a block of wood on the top with a nice cloth over it.
I've got something that appears to be inert. I want to see if it can be reignited in some sort of fashion. I set the adamantine hilt in front of him.
He furrows his brow. May I, can I pick her up?
Please?
He'll grab it very carefully and ponder it for a moment, considering,
What the fuck is this thing?
Yeah, well, I mean, a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, if you, I'm trying to get his voice down. I did it right the first time, and now I've lost it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, where'd you find this?
Just outside the city. Don't worry,
Exactly.
the previous owner's a bit deceased.
A bit is an understatement, but yes.
Were you helping the gate then?
We were.
I heard the bells. I just can't leave the shop unattended, you know. So retirement,
believe
you know.
Do I believe him?
What?
Can I insight him? Do I believe him?
You'll have to tell me what aspect of him that you're trying to believe, but yeah, you're more than welcome to. Oh, Jesus Christ! Yeah, what are you trying to find out?
I want to know why he's so interested. If he is interested, if he really just heard about it and is like, a silly old wizard guy, or if he has some sort of ulterior interest in either why I've brought this abyssal fucking hilt to him, or any ulterior motives, basically.
Ulterior motive. He's doing a very veiled attempt at hiding his interest in this. He seems to know exactly what it is, and is trying to put on a show of unknowing.
Sure.
He's a man of intellect, not persuasion. So it's kind of difficult with hiding the more intricate facial movements of that to hide it. As for if he had heard about it, he doesn't seem to be untruthful about the. Of course, you can never be sure, but he doesn't seem to be untruthful of the fact that he had heard the bells toll, putting the city into a bit of a lockdown. But he simply didn't care enough to go and find out why.
Fair enough.
Whether that is actually because of the shop or retirement, I mean, he's probably lying about that, but it honestly, you have the idea that it could probably be one of those, if not just he didn't care.
Fair enough.
Where did you get this off of?
A hellish creature? Demoness, I'm sorry.
Good. Okay. You're not pulling my leg. I know this came off of a Baylor, didn't it? big fiery fucker with wings?
Sure is what he looked like.
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, the carvings along the side here, the intricate design on the top here. He rubs his thumb along the top of the hilt, licks it along his tongue. A little puff of smoke pops off. Yeah, that's about right too. What are you looking to have done with her? Just
Seeing if I can
reactivated?
make-
Because it's
Yes. See if I can get it working again.
uh, he's gonna incite you. For the sole purpose of he wants to tell. You tell me what I get based on this. Oh God, what would that be? From a 21, he is trying to determine whether you have nefarious purposes with this, if he were to recreate this item for you.
Nefarious? No.
As in, like, you're gonna wrought, mass destruction.
I don't think there is a hint of malice behind Vizara right now. It is mostly a burgeoning curiosity on a world she knew nothing about. Like hell
Gotcha.
and these demons, and hey, if I can use a demonic sword, that'd be cool. Like she's already
Absolutely.
used the long sword, even if it's not her primary use of weaponry. So just a burgeoning curiosity. I don't think there's malice or nefarious.
Gotcha. There is a portion of consideration that comes along with realizing that you're not looking to like murder a bunch of people with this. There's also the consideration of a long sword for a Baelor is like a great sword for. It's a good thing you don't really need to convince him. It's
I was doing that for walls.
But there's also the consideration of, well, this thing is going to be massive if I recreate it, because a longsword hilt for a Baelor it ends up being a great sword hilt for pretty much any other respective creature. He thinks for a moment. I could probably figure it out. I'm not really the best with enchanting. Most of my trinkets are either bought from adventurers or found myself when I was younger.
Do you think such a thing could be feasible, though?
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't take, well, I was going to say a genius, but it literally does. I guess when it comes down to it, it doesn't take the most skilled of artificers to try. They're better at enchanting and enhancing and other things. Probably have a variety of options with it. I mean, the easiest of them would be to pour some divine energy in it through whatever god you like. A bit of venom at the tip of that tongue. Something akin to a sunblade. But if you really wanted, I could probably turn it into a flame tongue. Sword made of fire, that is.
Using it to turn it into something else.
I mean, do you want it exactly how it was? Or just find use of the hilt?
When
I
it
may
was-
be misunderstanding.
when that thing was swinging it around, it was doing a bit of sparking, like lightning.
Yes, it's to be expected. Balors, they, it's fire and lightning they tend to wield. Scary motherfuckers they are. He has this
Right.
grumble. Well, if I had ash from his body, I could probably fix it up, but I need a lot.
How much?
He measures out the blade length that this would probably end up turning into, kind of thinking to himself. Ah, 7-10 pounds worth of ash. I'd be mixing it in with steel, so that's not exactly my specialty.
Gotcha. You you got any 20-pound bags?
He rummages behind him, pulls out a fairly large satchel, places it on the counter. I got this. Why?
Could I buy it off you?
It's a satchel. You can have it. I don't care.
Thank you.
I am a little curious. What are you planning on doing?
I'm gonna see if I can get the ash. With that, I turn and walk out. Unless he has
looks a
something else to
little
say.
No, he just looks a little
Yeah.
flabbergasted at the audacity of just casually obtaining a Balor's ashes, and he's kind of speechless as you walk out, and honestly doesn't say anything else.
I'm still standing at the counter.
Can I help you instead?
Bag of holding, or maybe a ring that does a similar purpose. Got any of those lying around?
No rings, and I've got to wait in for some more bag of holding to be finished.
What do you have that will be, finished relatively soon, and what kind of price point do you do on them?
Bags of holding? I sell most of mine to the Adventurers Guild.
Okay. If I purchase direct from you, do you think I could grab a discount on it? Since there won't be that middleman, I'm looking to get a profit as well.
So easy for me to... Probably do one for 400.
Yeah, and how much would that hold?
500 pounds, and unless you get a bag of containment.
And a bag of containment, since I'm kind of unfamiliar with these terms. What is the difference between holding and containment?
Well, holding something, I mean, they do the same thing, it's just how much.
Okay, so holding is 500 pounds and containment is, I'm assuming, more?
I've never found an upper limit.
Oh. What do you generally make for them then? Or, like, what do you generally set it at?
Ugh. He looks you up and down. Ah. Wow. Tens of thousands of gold.
What, to buy one?
It depends on the material the person wants it made of, how durable they want it. I make them to order.
To order, okay. What kind of materials would you need to make one of these bags? And rough price point?
Anything from dragon's hide. I've had someone bring in the pelt of a unicorn. Let me think. The wings of a demon. Anything strong.
And how much do you generally charge for that? When they do bring a material of such quality in?
Cheapest I'd usually look at is around. Gave one to her for, I think, 20. No, it was 45.
45,000 gold?
Yes.
Quite the price. Keep that in mind.
I mean, at that point, they're nearly indestructible, you know?
Yeah, it sounds that
Can't
way.
be pierced from the inside like with a regular bag.
Yeah.
Infinite storage, breathable air. There's a bit more to be considered.
Have you ever considered making a ring instead of an actual bag? Is it possible, do you think?
Oh. I've seen plenty of warlocks that have little rings and trinkets with them from the certain patrons, genies and whatnot.
Yeah.
Ginny. But I've never been able to replicate it. I do see your messages. I'm just hard to
that's
do
fine.
both. Let me give you your answers.
Yeah.
You do.
Okay.
He, ever since you got mad at him, he has been watching you like a hawk. The first one he doesn't answer to.
Okay.
The second one, not my wheelhouse.
Would you know of someone able to? Is it something you would help me with?
Not my wheelhouse.
Slightly annoyed emotion emanates towards him from me. Or he feels that I'm slightly annoyed by his response.
He doesn't say anything past that.
I haven't just
What the fuck?
if you want.
Probo.
Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel!
Adamantine want.
Dude, we can't hear you.
If there's anything special, he can return.
Ethan.
Hello? How do I sound?
Hello.
Do I
Much
sound-
better. Hello.
Oh, okay. I would produce the adamantine watch I had. I'd be like, I'd see if he was interested in it, and I would ask if there happened to be any spells on it. That's what I was trying to say earlier. I doubt it, but I figure it's worth an ask. And I'm kind of just killing time until Vizara comes back, because I know her plan.
Are we doing okay? We want to do it like that. It'll be a cutaway.
Yeah, that's fine.
So he'll take some time having a look over it.
Yep.
Vizara, cutting to you now. The route from the bazaar to the gate is shorter than the route from the from Damon, like from Desmond's to the bazaar. Just for streetwise. It takes you about 15 minutes to get to the gate.
I don't know if this would affect anything, but I'm gonna go just full, like night predator, teleporting from shadow to shadow as fast as I can feasibly get myself back out to the front gate.
How far is your teleport?
60 feet, at least two.
You get
from
there in
shadow
3
to
minutes.
shadow.
With the amount of alleyways, you can get there in 3 minutes.
Well, that's dope. Cool. Yeah, I want to rush towards back out
Between
there.
that as a bonus action and dashing, I mean, yeah, you can get there easily 3 minutes.
Awesome. Cause yeah, I know it's been an hour an hour and like 30 minutes, maybe 40 at the least. So people have probably been able to pick at the bodies. So I'm rushing as fast as I can out there.
Yeah, the guards open the gate for you, and you do see what looks to be that salvage team working systematically going from the left side to the right. It looks like they're just finishing up the first Garistro, and they have yet to touch the Baylor.
Oh well, that's cool.
There are still some people getting set up, so you could actually roll me insight just as you kind of step out. Jesus Christ, you're fucking killing those insight rolls, aren't you? Your decision to move fast was well warranted. Had you waited or like moved any slower, these people probably would have fanned out by now and probably would have started collecting the Baylor. So your decision to go at Mock Jesus has helped you secure yourself the ability to get some ashes.
Yeah, I'll wade into the fucking chest cavity again, and I just take my bag and start scooping as much as I feasibly can.
Okay. The light breeze has taken this small tip of the top off and kind of spread it along the ground, though there is still so much ash from this, what is multi-thousand pound body. This dense, thick, almost liquid-like ash starts filling the bag. How much can you carry?
How much?
Yes,
Well-
how much can you physically carry?
Shit, it's strength score times 30?
15.
Or
It's
15.
15 for a regular one, 30 if you got powerful build.
I can feasibly carry 300 pounds. I've got 55 on me.
Okay.
And I only grabbed a 20-pound bag for however much is in the satchel can carry that he gave me.
Yeah. By volume, it would carry 20 pounds, but you have to remember that a small little disc of this was 10 pounds.
Sure. Okay.
So
Fair
the
enough.
density, it is very dense in terms of
Okay.
its weight compared to.
Okay.
So this bag will be able to fit a lot of it.
But it's
A
a
lot
lot
more
heavier.
than you'd probably. It
Gotcha.
is just extremely heavy. So by the time that you fill up this bag, it is 10 times heavier than you'd be looking at
Copy that.
normally. So you're looking at about 250 pounds for what would be the equivalent of 20 pounds worth of this. So this 20 peg bound, it's about 250 pounds by the time that you're done. And there is still a lot of ash here to be collected. You've made a dent for sure, but at this point, the entire body is ash, apart from what looks to be the skull, which has remained intact.
Take
Jeez.
it.
You know what? This will be cool. How about a sword for a sword, buddy? I pull out my just regular but embossed long sword, and I'm just gonna plant it into the ground where his the cavity goes through, so it looks like it's piercing into the Baylor.
You do so, and it looks like it's piercing through its neck.
Gets rid of that, so I can actually carry this bag now.
Yeah, so you've got this 200 some odd pound, 250-ish pound bag of ashes to carry.
I heave that over my shoulder like a knapsack.
Yeah, the strap itself groans a little bit under the weight, but the bag itself holds strong. Seems to be fairly well made.
I won't dash back, but I'll take the same operation of teleporting between alleys.
Without the dashing, it takes you a little bit longer, about 8 minutes. Just because of how much doubling that over does speed you up. But yeah, you still make pretty damn good time. And as you're hauling it through the door, Ethan, he just finishes looking it over. It's just a watch. Fancy, mind you, but it's just a watch.
How much would you pay for it? If you wanted it, do you want it?
Not really.
I appreciate you taking time
You'd be
for that.
better pressed going to a blacksmith and having it made into material.
Yeah, that's
Does it
what I was
work?
thinking.
As I barge in.
No. Broken.
Oh,
What did you think?
that the thing worked?
Well, did you get the ash you wanted?
Lots.
What?
Lots was still there.
Fair enough.
Right around.
As you haul in this massive bag, his jaw fucking opens like, huh?
Well, I mean, she brought you the hilt of the creature we slayed, so from a Baylor, as you say, then the creature turned into ash completely after it died and blew up and created a scene, but, we got past that. Barely hung on to our lives, some of us, but we persisted.
I figured you had taken it off the corpse of one, not killed one yourself.
No. We dealt with it.
His old frame does a pole vault over the counter and runs over to the bag. And you feel as though the barrier around, like that surrounds this store, goes down for a moment as magic levitates it up and moves it over and places it down to the other side of the counter.
Well, thank you. I was getting a bit heavy out there.
I'd imagine.
Barrier then goes back up.
Lazar, is there still a lot of ash out there?
A good deal.
Sounds like you're very interested in this, mage. Maybe you ought to pop over there, eh?
Yes, I'll have to go and have a look.
We can hold the fort here if you want. Just till you return. I reckon it won't take you long, eh?
I don't think you're going to be able to get much left. Team should be picking it over about now.
That's him. That's him right now.
Also, I don't think he looks like he could carry as much as I'm carrying.
Yeah, this dude is by all accounts a frail-looking, relatively older man.
He does have magic where he literally just picked that bag and moved it over like nobody's
That is true.
business.
Yeah, the levitate spell is wild, but or telekinesis rather. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the spell telekinesis. Yes, that is the one that I'm thinking of. Yeah, up to 1,000 pounds. But even then, I hate to phrase it like this, that is still multiple thousands of pounds worth of ash.
Yeah.
I could definitely do something with this. You just want this forged into a sword? You had
My
more help,
primary
I could...
curiosity. What if you had more?
Oh, I was gonna say, I could probably make an entire armory's worth of swords with this.
He only had the one.
Hmm.
I think he had a whip too, but I didn't grab it.
Unfortunately, battle isn't exactly flexible.
Right.
Sorry, so what you were saying? Go ahead.
Oh, just my primary curiosity was seeing if I could get it reignited. I understand it's a bit big, so I don't need the entire length of the thing, but if you could get it all sparky and I like... Question. Is this going to be costing an arm and a leg? I think we should probably discuss that first, huh?
You know what? Here's the thing. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do this.
Right.
I'll tell you what we can do. Little smack of lips. I'll try and make it over the course of however long this takes. Can't guarantee how quick it'll be. But I can certainly try. You tell me what kind of weapon you want, and when I make it, we'll discuss price. I will hold it for you and only you until you can afford it.
I'll strike such a deal.
Let me double check. Let me double check the wording or something. I don't think this will take any longer than a month. If I were to give this a good go.
I look forward to hearing your progress on it then.
He sits up, or rather stands up, and walks over to this wall of scrolls. And at the bottom, you can see Roman numerals, denoting 1, then 2. And he moves his hand over to the Roman numeral for 7. Fingers down, realizes he's too far over, moves over to 5, moves on down, pulls out 1 scroll, and hands it to you. Here, cast this on me.
I don't think I've ever had... I guess I can give it a try. I will try to use this.
You feel a bit of an odd feeling as he connects his connection to the weave to you for the purpose of casting this scroll particularly. He has handed you a scroll of Geish.
Oh,
Of what?
Geish, or Gaius.
Which is
It's a Gias. You place a magical command on a creature that you can see within range, forcing it to carry out some service or refrain from some action or course of activity as you decide. If the creature can understand you, it must succeed a wisdom saving throw or become charmed by you for the duration. While the creature is charmed by you, it takes 5d10 psychic damage each time it acts in a manner directly counter to your instructions, but no more than once each day. A creature that cannot understand you is unaffected by this spell. You can issue any command you choose, short of an activity that would result in certain death. Should you issue a suicidal command, the spell ends. You can end the spell early by using an action to dismiss it, or remove curse, greater restoration, or wish spell. Also ends it.
see. He's making a contract using magic.
Essentially, yes. But by allowing himself to be under effect of it and allowing this magic to be cast, he is opening you up to using it freely, thus bypassing the typical requirement of a spell scroll, being that A, it has to be on your spell list, and B, it has to be of a level typically that you can cast. Or not, no, it has to be on your spell list, my bad. But, like I said, powerful wizard. Wacky shit.
I'll be back in a minute.
Yep. So you've been handed the scroll. What do you do?
You
said you're casting it, right?
You?
Yes, that's the idea. Reassurance for you that I'll hold my word.
I was gonna believe you, but you said it. I cast it on him.
There is a bit of appreciation in his mind of on his face of that. In your mind, you were just going to trust him, but it seems as though there's a bit of "I've done this before" kind of look in his eyes. Like, do it, as he nods you on to do it. Okay, what do you set the conditions to?
Make me a longsword with these ashes and hilt.
Okay. He kind of has his eyes blink for a second, a little swirl across them, and the Geish is cast for 30 days. he will be restricted from working against that goal. There you go. You just made a contract.
You feeling all right?
Yes, it's just been a while since I've done that. Back when I was younger, it used to be the only way I could get people to trust me. But nowadays, it's a lot less common of a practice for me. But you being a lady, I wanted to give you a bit extra respect and reassurance that I wasn't going to gyp you.
I understand. I can't wait to see what you're able to procure with all of this.
I can't wait to see if I can even pull it off.
If not, no harm, no foul. We tried.
Exactly. Well, I'll get working on this. Is there, anything else you guys would, need that you would like?
I think I'm okay for the moment.
Good.
You do sell, like magic items and the like.
Tons, yes. Arms, armor, trinkets, rings, cloaks, toys.
Do you have prices on apparel made by my kin, the elves? You know, things for helping sneaking through the forest.
Oh, you said
Boots,
prices?
cloak. Yeah.
Bit wild on the pricing there.
Oh. Usually boots go for around 750. I've got a number of them at the moment. If you're looking for a cloak, I go for around 2,000, 2,500. Usually 2,500, but I like you, so I do 2,000.
I'll have to keep that in mind. But remember, you only like me because of the spell. Your charm. But I appreciate it. I'll have to pick up a pair of your boots.
All due respect, my lady, you gave me a challenge. That is something I have not had in many decades. I like you for that reason.
I give him a bow. So you said 750 for a pair of your boots?
Yes.
I can give you up to that. 750 gold. Scooping out handfuls of this onto his counter.
Damn. I didn't even know you had 750 gold.
Sure do.
Okay. Yeah, no, he takes the gold, and a mage hand pops out and starts organizing it better. And he gives you like a 1 moment and walks to the back pokes his head out. Pops back in. Comes out with a pair of black and red boots of elven kind. It is a very deep, deep crimson color.
Well, doesn't that fit my aesthetic? Did you pick those ones out for me?
I did.
Wonder what environment they were made to be in. Hopefully not the hell.
There's a bit of a worried look on his face of like,
Am I on the nose?
No, absolutely not. It's for the Red Desert.
Can't wait to go there next. I take them.
The bullshit-o-meter off the charts. Simply. Yes, pleasure, yes.
I'll keep in touch.
Gives you a firm nod. And he starts lugging this bag. He's fucking dragging it across the ground, trying to pull it. Then he finally gets it to what looks to be a back door, and he pops it open and starts dragging it back. You can see magical equipment, apparatuses, laboratory stuff back there. Before he closes the door rather quickly. Looked to have been a study of some kind. Okay. What are we doing now? We're going back to the guild?
I think so. I mean, is there a small blacksmith nearby in this little area?
Just Lion's Mane.
Yeah, just jump on in to try and sell this watch.
Described as an adamantine watch, right?
Yep. And I'd also like to sell 2 daggers.
Daggers, you get a gold each for them.
Okay.
The watch, you get about 50 gold.
50 gold?
Mm-hmm.
So 52 each.
Just for scrap.
Yeah. Alright. Then I'd want to head back to the guild. That's all I have to do right now, I think.
Cool. By the time that you're getting back, a couple hours have passed between the initial walk, walking over there, the running, conversations. Yeah. Heading back over across town, the talk it does. Yeah, there's a lot that's kind of happened. It's about 5 p.m. by now.
Okay.
And the streets are kind of getting back to normal. By the time that you're walking back to Lion's Mane, there was 3 bells tolled across the city, and a lot of people started moving themselves outside of their houses and starting doing their own business again. Presumably, whatever restriction on leaving or people wanting to stay in their house has been lifted.
What's Mordecai been up to?
You say, Mordecai, you've been rather silent.
Yes, I was waiting for my turn.
Sorry to take up so much time, buddy.
It is now Mordecai's turn then.
First off, I would stop by the Lion's Mane.
Gotcha.
See about having that horn turned into... Balar's horn turned into possibly a horn.
Okay.
or if he could use it as material to craft a weapon of sorts.
To save my voice a little bit.
He sounds just like me.
What?
That's what you were gonna say? Save my voice, he sounds like me.
Yeah, and to
Sorry.
save my voice, he sounds like me today. You get a bit of a look, and he thinks he could probably turn it into one of two magical items for you.
Okay, what are the items on the board?
The items are either a horn of silent alarm or an ear horn of hearing. There's not really a cost differential between them either, so it's literally like two equal items per se. Just whichever one you would want more, and he describes them to you.
What? So, if I understand this right, the horn of silent alarm, it's people of your choosing can hear the sound from it up to 600 feet away as long as they're not deafened.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one was the horn of what?
Horn of hearing, ear horn of hearing. When held up to your ear, the horn suppresses the effects of the deafened condition on you, allowing you to hear normally. So it would bypass things like silence. Basically, anything that would deafen you normally is.
What is the going price for a horn of the two horns?
Around 300 each.
Suppose I could go for a horn of silent alarm.
Sure. Shouldn't be too hard. You watch as he goes over to some form of what looks to be a bone saw of some kind, probably used to cut down antler for fittings, and cuts off one end, cuts off another, and dips it in, cleans it off, sands it, dips it in some lacquer, before bringing it over to another one of the workers there and asks them to infuse it with some form of magic. You watch as they pick up some engravement tools and engrave something into the side of it before causing it to start glowing. He walks back over to you with it. Here. Try using it on me.
I will use him as a target and give it a blow.
He drops to the ground, like hands over his ears. It works! It works! That's loud right next to it.
I would imagine so.
Kneels back up. Okay. Ow.
You are right, sir.
I'm fine. Normal commission I'd take is 50 gold. Or something like this. Can you afford that?
Yes.
Wonderful. Had to make you a magic item for 50 gold. Pretty good deal. Considering that one is the only one that's actually worth a smidgen more, technically.
No, I do have another item. I would be curious to see if you might be able to make anything with it for me before I take out other options. Since I'm not very keen on the arcane scale of sorts, and I'll produce the tinderbox of Baylor ash. I have 9
God.
pounds of this. Baylor's ash.
The fuck is a Baylor?
A demon.
Pretty much, eh?
The smith right now? What do you want done with it?
I'm curious if it might, from your experience as a smith, if it might hold some type of property that would give special benefits to a weapon if it's used in its crafting.
That'd be a better question for dwarves.
Are you not a dwarf?
He's referring to those dwarves as in like he really does not want to continue broaching the, and you people keep coming in and like asking him for things that he physically cannot do, and he's like but no, he's referring to the dwarves that he referred to you with the armor,
Gotcha.
for Zora's armor. He's saying that would be a better question for those guys, not him.
Very well. That's all the business I had. Thank you for your time. I think I'm going to go back to the guild hall because I think it would be more beneficial to use that ash to craft like an armor or weapon crafting than anything else for Mordecai.
Fair enough. Okay. So we'll put that taking an extra half an hour. We'll put it at 5:30. As you approach the guild hall. And it is now basically back to normal. And there is a lot of music being played in celebration of the lives lost today.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of drinking, a lot of adventurers that have come out for this kind of event, and this will interest. Oh fuck, he's gone now, isn't he?
Huh?
Who are you looking
Amrock's
for?
gone. Amrock is gone. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hold on.
No, he did say he was going to have the stream up to watch, so.
But he could also be dealing with his SO. Oh, Alex is deafened.
Okay, apologies for that. My mother came home and came down to give me a hug and tell me that she filled up my car.
Right on.
With gas
Question
because
for
she
you.
had born it. Yes.
Can we take 5 minutes to quickly do Dylan's shopping?
Who? What?
Dylan Pleiades.
Is he coming?
No, he currently has a 1-month-old on his chest, so he can't get up without waking it up.
Ah,
Yeah. He's looking to purchase a ring or a staff that will give him a boost to AC. He's looking for a +1 or 2.
how much money does he have?
I don't know what his money would be.
It would entirely depend on.
He'd be looking for like a ring of defense.
You could probably find a ring of protection for around an amount of money. Let me look.
Yeah, he's interested in a ring. How much for a +1 ring of protection and how much for a +2?
Well, ring of protection just comes in one rarity. It's a +1.
Okay.
It gives you a +1 bonus to AC and saving throws while wearing the ring.
+1
If he
to
was
AC and
there
saving
with,
throws?
yeah, it's AC and saving throws. There's a cloak of protection that does the same thing. Braces of defense give you a +2, but those are out of his price range.
Well, how much for the braces of defense? I'll give him the amount.
Braces of defense would be around 5,000 gold.
Okay, yeah, no, that's out of everyone's price range. We can move on.
A ring of protection would be the same as the cloak of protection at around 1,500.
1,500?
Yes.
I have a feeling he's gonna say no. He has around 950-ish.
Hmm.
I just figured I'd reach out to him, talking with him.
Absolutely.
So, he's had it. And I know he hates shopping personally, so. But I think we can move on for now until he gets back to me. I have a feeling he's gonna say no, anyways.
Okay. My brain is resetting. Okay, as you guys walk into I keep getting thrown off by this. There we go. Keep thinking we're still at the bazaar. As you guys walk into the guild, the atmosphere's a lot more jovial, like I said. Though as the party goes on to the right, there is the site of Marcus alongside a good number of adventurers that are currently conversating up by the desk, which seems to actually be closed at the moment, probably in recognition of the events. Who notices you and waves you guys over.
Go over to Marcus.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to who? Oh, that's
All
what
of
Marcus
you.
says. Yeah, Marcus. Okay.
Yeah.
Apologies. Glad
You
to
know,
be back.
he just
Did a
welcomes
bit
you
of
back.
shopping.
That's good. Now, I hate to be straight to business, but I assume you guys know why I want to speak with you.
I think I have a rough idea, yeah. Shall we
Not
speak over a
clear.
drink?
Sure. And he ushers you. Also, sorry, Vazar, what did you say?
Not a clue
Ah,
as to why.
I have a vague idea since he was talking.
your reward.
I didn't know it was you giving it to us.
Well, with a certain number one out. Unfortunately, the bureaucracy falls to me. Well, fall to 3 other people, but now it currently falls to me. I hate it.
Paperwork.
Pretty much
pain in
anyone
the
who's
ass.
available, to be quite honest with you. And he ushers you to the back, in the same direction that a certain someone was castrated. And chastised. To a rustic looking, but nice in its own way, office. A very big throne-like chair, much akin for his body, sits on the far end of a desk, and some very nice, looks to be sofa sitting area for you all to sit down at. And in behind all of you walks in 2 attendants who take position at either side of the door, sorry. A lot more peaceful here. Pulls out from his desk a bottle of whiskey and 6 glasses, and pours a drink for each of you, as well as himself.
Appreciate it.
Does anybody else take the drink?
Appreciate it. I do.
Pardon?
Cool.
Does
I was just
anyone-
asking if either of you, Vizar or Mordecai, also take a drink.
Oh, I'm definitely drinking.
Fair enough. Um, he downs a big gulp of the amber liquid. As you can imagine, it's been a rough day.
Indeed. That was quite something to come back to.
Families are devastated.
One
Large portion of our newer survivors lay dead out on the front porch of our fucking city. Yet here the five of you stand, having killed four of them.
did what we could.
With help or not with help, you were instrumental in that fight. I'm not one for words, but I hope you understand my appreciation is palpable.
I hope you understand. Eldrimar is my home, Marcus.
No, I understand and appreciate that. And I hope you'll forgive the lack of formality I show around you. I don't care much for status.
It has to be expected.
I care if people are strong and capable. They can hold their own. Aside from personal motivation, I care if people can protect others. I like wreaking a bit of extra havoc, but comes with the territory of the job. There are very few people who survived today. Most of them critically injured. They'll never work again. Lost limbs. Brain damage. You name it. Look, I know you guys recently got moved up from copper to silver, so it feels a bit weird doing this, considering, but frankly speaking, what happened out there would have been nothing less than mithril, and you held your own. With that in mind, I'm moving all of you up to gold, and you'll be heavily rewarded from both our armory and our treasury.
Oh?
We didn't do it for the reward.
Your gratitude is much appreciated, Marcus. I made an oath many years ago to one that got me to where I am today, that I would never let disaster like what befell my home fall upon those who are too weak or fragile to defend themselves. Swore my sword to be that of a protectorate sword for those that need it the most.
It's a valiant ideal. Wish more people felt that way. Though, that's a bit of a Hippocratic thought.
True, and it's also not every day that you see your entire home and your family killed by a wyvern.
Been a while since I've heard of a wyvern being around. Where did you say you lived again?
Small village outside of the Highlands. Over in Umbral.
Northeast. Who helped your village?
Well, that was Windblade that the twin blade of Therex goes by Karos.
That makes sense, that self-righteous fucker. You said he taught you?
Yes. I acted as his guide through the Umberland Highlands, being native of the area and know where to go. And along the way, he gave me a bit of training in the basic arts of combat and survival.
Makes sense. Man has the directional capability of a fucking slime.
Oh, that he does.
He actually stopped by earlier today while y'all were out.
Did he?
I imagine. He reaches into his desk. You're the patchwork armored individual that this was meant for.
I just looked down at my armor. I guess that's so. I do stand out like a sore thumb.
And he reaches into his desk and hands you a note that just says, "Good job." And then pulls out an arcane pistol. And places it next to the note.
A smile just forms at the corner of Mordecai's mouth. Never around, but always watching as always.
He was asking about any remarkable groups. Of course, you guys came up in conversation.
I mean,
Naturally.
I guess we have made quite a footprint on our arrival to the city.
You guys have only been doing jobs for a little over a month by this point. And yet, a lot of the newer guys know your name. If I were you, I'd consider thinking of something to call your group. At your own pace. My group didn't come up with ours overnight.
It's something we should take into consideration, yeah.
For now, enjoy the celebrations. In the morning, I'll have someone come and collect you and we'll take you to the armory.
Thank you.
Oh.
Mark.
Also, and he points to you, Vizara. I have a feeling that something will be set in stone a bit more firmly in terms of a day. But the council in the Palace of Kings wants to speak with you.
Oh? Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, but thank you for the forewarning.
Well, neither did I. They just said included in the reward. I don't know what the fuck that means, but said sometime this week they'll contact you. Best I got. So, I guess stay in town.
Copy that.
Or just do what I do whenever they want to speak to me and just basically break their door down and say, what do you want? Though that might not go as well for you as it does for me.
I hope eventually I'll have that sort of weight.
Either way, that's the only business I have for you tonight. Go, enjoy the music. There's a party waiting out there. A celebration for the hard work you've put in, along with others, and for the lives lost today. I plan to join soon. Unfortunately, this is paperwork I can't pawn off on other individuals.
I kind of chuckle. I know where you're going. Well, till we see you again.
Gives you a nod and gestures to the people at the back to open the door for you all. And that is where we'll end the session for today.
We're walking out just like, I wish Cedric was more like his cousin.
But yeah, that is where we'll call the session today.
That's such a cliff.
Hey, you know what? Yeah, the party is there. There's a lot going on right now. But yeah, I would ideally like to have everyone here for the stuff that follows. And
Yeah, fair enough.
this is kind of getting into a bit of a downtime period. So, you know,
Sounds good.
seems like the perfect time to end off before anything else kind of happens.
I finally got my missing piece of starter equipment.
Every time you kept asking, I'm like, motherfucker, just leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
It only
Oh,
took
my
7
goodness.
levels, but we got there. Yay!
7 levels, 10 sessions. It's fine.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
3 months of game of fucking playtime.
Has it really been 3 months?
It has. We started in May.
Damn.
Damn.
June, July, August.
Yeah, June 19th was the first actual real session. So June 12th would have been the introduction or whatever.
Yeah, we had
Yeah.
session 0, which counts.
Yeah, that was on the 12th.
And then we had 7 sessions after that. So this is the 9th session.
Yeah.
8th
Wow.
or 9th.
Something
But yeah,
like
when you
that.
put in perspective exactly how much time in game it's been a little over a month and a half. Wait, between travel time and like sleeping and stuff like that. So as a whole, you know, you guys are making it seems fast, but you guys are making pretty steady progress.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, for sure, you guys are being recognized a bit more, and I love to see that. You guys are doing a good job.
Hell yeah.
Well,
As always, feedback. How did everyone feel about session? Be brutally honest.
Well, gang, that's where we're going to call the session for today. Thanks for coming out. And until next time, adventurers, we will be back one day. Take care, everyone.